Welcome to Tampa, Raymond James Stadium, and while it is indeed home to the 2021 Super Bowl champion Buccaneers, it is also the home field for the USF Bulls and a clash that we have in store today. And while today is the final home game of the season for one team, it is more importantly a celebration, Senior Day. As we'll see, the number 14 team in the country, the Washington Huskies, facing off with another team from the Pac-12, the South Florida Bulls. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Reese Davis, David Pollack, and Jesse Palmer with me. Washington will kick off as this one gets started. And he takes this from inside the 5. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. So USF's offense is on the field for the first time today. And here comes their leader, Jesse. He just has a way of elevating everybody's play.
And he's a point guard, too. So good at distributing the football, finds the open guys, and he makes this offense go.
Makes it go, and just, you can trust him. Everything is available. You're not playing with one arm behind your back. You got all guns blazing.
And this will be incomplete. A big hit there forces second down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. They'll try to pop the draw. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. The Bulls headed quickly to the line. Third and long, and he'll try to throw for it. Quick strike complete.
On a big third down, love the discipline by the defense there. You got everybody with their eyes on the quarterback, rallying to the football, showing good speed on D. Nice tackle. Love the team defense.
Everybody stays in their lanes well enough, and they stop him at the 31-yard line. So the Washington Huskies offense will have its first possession of the game. As we take a look at our impact players for this one, what are you looking for, Jesse, for a guy to make an impact?
Well, these are simply put the leaders of this football team, and generally games go how these guys play. If they make plays, then they've got a shot to win this one.
No doubt, they got to show up. These are the team leaders. These guys have to play well if they're going to win the football game.
The back goes in motion. Looking for a man, it's Jennings. Finds the tight end. And the defense had that one well covered, just a short gain there. Third down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. From the gun, wants to pass. Receiver looks it in, it's complete. He's there to make the stop, but the damage has been done as they pick up the first down on the throw and catch. We asked earlier this week, who's your favorite receiver? And of course he said the open one, but we know who he really wants to go to on third down.
The best one. I think the open one, obviously the politically correct answer, but you want to find the guy that you got that great chemistry with. You know exactly where he's going to be. You got that bond and that trust.
Back to the air one more time. Got his man in the middle. He stopped just a chain link or two away from the first down and sets them up beautifully here.
That wide receiver on the outside is dangerous. When you're playing zone coverage, it's really hard because you're not chasing him. You can't really get hands on him. You got to make sure you send more guys his direction. Maybe slide those linebackers toward that wide receiver so you got a little more help on the outside.
And the Huskies will line it up on 1st and 10. He wants to throw. A shot toward the end zone. And the ball is intercepted.
Not all guys have the ability to break on the football, go make a play, and catch it. You play defense for a reason. A lot of the wide receivers are the ones that do most of the catching. Great job by the defense securing the INT.
South Florida has it back, and the Bulls offense will return to the field. From the gun, leaves it on the inside with the back. Not much there, picks up a couple to the 22. And the Bulls want to pick up the tempo. Back to throw, it's Harmon. Steps to his left, out of the pocket. And the pressure gets there. And down he goes at the 18. And nobody responsible for picking up the free safety because, David, frankly, I don't believe they thought he was coming.
No, and whose responsibility is that? The quarterback. If I see the free safety blitzing, I'm throwing the ball deep to somebody to make a play because he can't cover deep anymore, so put that in your back pocket. They want to bring that safety blitz. I'm going to make them pay, and I'm going to throw the ball deep.
On 3rd and long, he's going to have to throw for it. And here comes the pressure, and there he goes down again. They'll tell you that somebody's always going to pop open, but it didn't happen in time before they got the sack.
No, it did not. And you know what? I'm going to remember this. I'm going to remember zone defense. They didn't really have an answer. They weren't ready to get rid of the football. Quarterback hesitated. I got to him and got him on the ground. Might be a good call later on in the game.
The Bulls line up to punt it away. 3 and out and not much choice but to get rid of the ball. They make the stop, and that is exactly what you want out of your punt cover unit. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. Power football with the run. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11.
Listen, guys, this is one of the top 10 passing offenses in the entire country. Maybe they're trying to catch the defense napping by going goal line and running the football. Not a lot of success on that last play. Hey, bud, get back to doing what you do best. Throw the ball.
Gets him down at the 30 after a 15-yard pickup. They are threatening, and they have a first down. It's a reverse. That play just never had a chance. They knock him down for a loss of 5. They'll try to overcome that last play on 2nd and 15. He's got it on the right. And good coverage by the defense, just a short gain. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. On 3rd and long, he'll need to loosen up that arm. He's got it. And sure, tackling there to keep him from getting to the first down marker. And on 4th down, they'll try to put 3 on the board. He got it. And with that, they break the seal on the scoring. It's 3-0.
Washington 3, South Florida 0.
So after the made field goal, they'll kick it away and rely on their defense. On the run from inside his own 5. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. South Florida ready to send the offense back onto the field. Looking left. It's caught downfield. And the defense makes the immediate tackle, but he has enough for the first down.
And that's a really good example of why offensive coordinators script plays. You know the down and distance, and you know which routes can get you to the stick. So there's no wasted time. That coordinator got the play in early to his quarterback, knowing that his players were going to be able to execute.
And the Bulls are in the hurry up. He leaves it with his back. A strong tackle and wrap-up from the junior. Ball is at the 42-yard line, close to 4-down territory. Here's 3rd and short. And the incomplete pass will bring up 4th down. The Bulls will line up to punt it away.
On to punt it away.
Pretty solid coverage there, and they'll stop him at the 26. The Huskies have it back, trying to make this defense bow down to Washington. Use the play fake, now to throw. Unloads to the wideout. Got his man downfield. That is exactly what you're looking for when you talk explosive plays. The defense finally able to make the stop. Running back searching for a hole. At the 40, there he goes. That is exactly what you're looking for when you talk explosive plays. The defense finally able to make the stop. Looking for a man. It's Jennings. He's got his man. And he's knocked down immediately, but not before he moves the chains. The Huskies getting set on 1st and 10.
Really nice looking pass there. You think about all the great Washington quarterbacks, right? Warren Moon, the Heward brothers, Mark Brunell, Jake Browning. The greatest quarterback name in college football history, Sonny Six Killer. That guy was throwing seeds at the University of Washington. This dude right here putting on his best Sonny Six Killer impersonation.
First down here for the offense. Looking to throw. Dumps it to the back. Got his man. They bring him down, but a solid pickup to put them in position to pick up a first down.
Brings up 2nd down.
Quarterback wants to throw on 2nd down. He's right on target. He's there to make the stop, but not before he sets up this offense. 1st and goal from the 7.
1st and goal, Washington.
Wide out in motion. Quick pass on the fly motion. Able to pick his way forward for a decent game before the defense gets him down. They've moved it forward to the 2. Now it's 2nd and goal. Trying to barge their way in. Close to the end zone, and the ball's out. And he takes it to the house. Touchdown, Huskies.
Number 51.
Holy cow, how about that? You think he's going in for the score. It looks like he's going to get in. He fumbles the football. Who's going to get it? Johnny on the spot. The offense finds the football, lands on it, and gets the touchdown.
They'll try to add another to their lead.
For the extra point.
And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. They march 79 yards on the drive and finish the deal with the short touchdown run from the 2.
0.
The returner will field it and try to set up his offense in great field position. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. South Florida has it back, and the Bulls offense will return to the field. Off the play fake on 1st down to throw. Nowhere to go, and the ball is loose. Defense coming up with a huge fumble recovery. Touchdown, Washington! The defense takes matters into their own hands.
Points for the defense.
And the defense comes with the blitz. Nice job getting to the quarterback. And don't just get there. Try to strip that football out. They get the QB to the ground. The ball's out. They scoop it up, take it all the way back to the house for 6.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And with the extra point, they now have a 3-possession lead at 17. The kickoff team just about set to go, and that defense is eager to get back out there after the scoop and score. From inside the 10, here he comes. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. South Florida ready to send the offense back onto the field. Off play action on 1st down. He's going to let it go. He's got it down the left. And they were looking for a chunk play, and they got it. The explosive picks up more than 30.
You know, there's a lot of communication when it comes to defenses. Like, you have to talk. You have to understand if somebody does this, I have to do this. I have to pass off wide receivers. Apparently, the communication was busted.
And the quarterback will be slung down back at the 43.
Well, with his speed, they're going to keep blitzing him over and over because you'll get results like that right there. It kind of reminds you of Joe Kelly, a great linebacker at Washington in the 80s, or maybe Mason Foster as well. Those guys could go sideline to sideline, but they could also blitz, This guy can do it all.
First down sack, pushes it back. Now it's second down. Off the play fake. Getting some heat. And the pressure is coming in, and they get him again.
Well, this offensive coordinator has to be scratching his head because he's trying to keep his quarterback protected. He's trying different things, sliding the offensive line, keeping tight ends and running backs in, chipping, going empty, and getting the ball out quickly, but it's not working. They're just losing the one-on-one battles up front, and in the second half looking forward, I don't know if they're going to be able to fix it.
And whatever they did on first and second down, don't do that anymore. Third and very long coming up. Setting up the screen. They play that screen nicely. He tried to find his way to the marker, but it'll be fourth down. And the Bulls will punt this one away. He's getting a lot of work. Fourth time he's punted tonight. And the punt goes out of bounds. We'll see where the officials spot it, but they certainly gave him no opportunity for a return. Coming out on first down with the play fake. Nice defensive play to get a hand in there and knock it away. After the misfire now on second down. Back to pass, it's Jennings. Fires into traffic, intercepted. Got room on the return. Touchdown, South Florida. The defense puts 6 on the board with a big-time interception return. What a play by this defense with the pick 6.
And how about the defender? Exactly what you're supposed to do. Breaks on the football, makes the interception. Everybody on defense, we turn to offense. Go lay some blocks so my guy can get it and take it back to the house.
He'll try to tack on one more. And with the extra point, every little bit counts as they get closer. They're about to kick it away, and the defense probably can't wait to get back out there after the pick 6. From inside the 15, here's the return. Just never had a chance to shake loose, and he'll be brought down at the 24. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. The big thing now, don't get rattled by that last pick 6, David.
Nah, it was a big mistake. Obviously, the defense took advantage of it, but you got to put it behind you. Jesse, I'm sure you know a thing or two about throwing a pick 6 and how to rebound.
I believe I've only thrown one in my life, but yes, I do because of that singular instance. I'll say this. You can't let that play beat you twice. You got to go out, not try to get it all back here in one play. Just execute the offense.
Washington wants to go quickly. Out of the gun to give to the back. And a good solid pickup there before the defense knocks him down. They'll snap it from the 48 on third and short. They'll try to pick up the first through the air. Zings it complete to the right. Finally run out of bounds, but he has this offense rolling with a first down. And the Huskies are flying down the field. These two guys, just on the same wavelength, they make clutch connections all the time.
And that's practice, man. That's all summer. That's all spring. Just so many hundreds and hundreds and...
He's got it. He'll be stopped just short of the end zone, but they'll have it first and goal.
Well, this defense now is just getting gashed. And if you're the defensive coordinator, you might now want to think about being aggressive, changing up your play calls, and maybe breaking your own tendencies because you have got to...
He makes a catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Huskies.
And how about this play by the offense? First and goal from the 1 yard line. Everything says it's going to be a run. It's going to be a run. Nice job by the offense. A little sleight of hand, throwing the football, getting the touchdown.
On to attempt the try. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. So that was a 6-play, 75-yard drive. It was capped off by a 1-yard touchdown pass. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. South Florida has it back, and the Bulls offense will return to the field. Fires to the tight end. And that was some kind of collision between a couple of big bodies there, and he stopped from getting the first down.
A nice job by the defense there, tackling the catch and smothering the tight end. They know this offense is going to try to find him in the passing game in a lot of different situations. That time, perfect coverage, and nice job bringing the big guy down. Not easy to do.
To the air, it's Harmon. Got the back over the middle. Really confident throw and catch there. Big pickup, and they have a first down. The Bulls come to the line with a new set of downs.
Well, look, that wasn't a touchdown, but that was a massive play for this offense. They needed some momentum. They needed to find a rhythm, and what better way than converting on third down. Awesome job by the quarterback getting to his progression.
And the Bulls come to the line in the hurry-up.
I'll tell you, I love the play call on first down here. You're just trying to find an easy completion, and the shortest throw on the field for the quarterback is finding your biggest target, and that's the tight end. Nice job.
And they bring him down, but did you see this freshman rifle that thing in there? Going up top on first down. And the quarterback will be slung down back at the 43.
And that is a major reason why this team is losing the football game. They can't protect the quarterback. They can't generate big plays in the passing game because up front, they're getting beaten time and time again.
Big first down sack for the defense. Brings up second down. He's looking to throw. Got his man quickly. And with that stop, we are headed toward the end of the first quarter. While we're only through one, these quarterbacks have been lighting up their stat line. Just about ready to get things started here in the second. We'll see if they continue to flex that muscle. On third and long, he has to throw for it. He caught it, and he'll take it to the house. He got loose. Touchdown, Bulls. Backed up in the shadow of their own goalpost, no problem.
When you start in the black zone inside your own 20 coming out, it's difficult. You can give up a safety. You get worried about that. The offense puts a great drive together. Great job executing. Great job getting a touchdown.
Lining up for the PAT. And the PAT will draw them 1 point closer. So a drive there of 85 yards. And they cap it off with a 32-yard touchdown pass. He'll bring it out from inside his own 10. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. The Huskies have it back, trying to make this defense bow down to Washington. To the ground with the back. May not be the most memorable play of the day, but it's important as he gets them out to the 25-yard line. Oh, it's a reverse. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Now on third down for this offense. Gives it to the back on the draw. They'll move those chains, getting it out to the 29-yard line and trying to get this drive rolling. The Huskies want to move quickly.
And they just kind of sneaked that one in there as a defensive guy, 3rd and 5+. I'm thinking pass. They were thinking pass, Palmer, and they slipped the run in.
And it's so nice then to have this guy at running back too, right? Because you could throw it to him on third down or hand it off, and he's got the vision and the athleticism to go pick up that first, keep the drive going.
Catch in the middle, it's Hines. He's brought down solid. Pick up a little bit short of the first down. These are the types of plays where offenses impose their will. 3rd and short from the 45. From the gun, wants to pass. Gets open down the middle. Really nice job there by both guys to throw and the catch to work that defense and get the first down. He might have expected to see this DB up in his receiver's kitchen. Instead, nice little zone, and they pick up the first.
Man, offenses are getting so good, Reese, at seeing the holes in the zone, knowing you're in zone, knowing where to sit down, how to make it an easy pitch and catch for the quarterback, and that's what it was on 3rd and short.
They'll run it from the gun. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Offense gets set for 2nd down. Looking to throw, it's Jennings. He finds his man. And he's able to shed one tackle and gets a pretty good pickup. They've been very good at moving the chains on 3rd down. 2 for 2 on this drive. This time they need 6. Got rid of it quickly, but it's incomplete. Washington sends out the punt team. First punt of the day, and he'd love to lock them up close to their goal line. And that is textbook instructional video. Out of bounds right around the goal line. From the gun, the running back tries to hit the hole. Not a whole lot of room there. 3 yards maybe, 2nd and 7. Offense, quick tempo. The give to the back. Gets a nice surge and crosses the 5 to the 6-yard line, a pickup of 3. 4 punts already, and they've got to convert here to avoid a 5th. Snap from the gun on 3rd down. Got him downfield. They'll move those chains, getting it out to the 29-yard line and trying to get this drive rolling.
Well, this offense told us coming in they were going to challenge this secondary early and often. They were going to use their speed to their advantage and take advantage of this quarterback's touch and arm talent. And already in the 2nd quarter, they've got over 200 yards thrown.
And he was just a couple of steps away from taking that one even further after the catch. What a nice job getting rid of the football, not only avoiding the sack, but getting the nice gain.
And taking a shot, getting hit as he throws it, showing some toughness, but going through his progression, he couldn't find anything open, finally went to his running back, got him the football, and he did the rest.
Brings up 2nd down.
Handoff from the gun. Just couldn't get away from the tackle. The Bulls moving quickly to the line. Scanning the field, it's Harmon. Release to the back. Finds his target down the middle. And they wrap him up, but not before he gets enough on the catch for the 1st down. Motion by the back forces the defense to adjust. Throws to the wideout. Complete downfield. And he was loose and in the open field and on his way. A tremendous pickup on that one. From the gun, running back on the move. He locked up and held on to bring him down. Operating in the red zone here on 2nd down. Trying the left side. He stopped again. They went right back to him, and he still found no running room at all. It's a draw. And he's not going to get there. The defense stands tall and makes the stop. Now on 4th down, they'll settle for a field goal try. Smashes it between the uprights. So after putting 3 on the board, the kickoff team is out there ready to boot it away. Looking for an alley from inside his own 10. And he did a good job bobbing and weaving and finding a little bit of running room on that return. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. Out of the gun, the inside handoff to the running back. Defense closed down quickly after a gain of 3. They'll mark it at the 32.
Brings up second down.
The play action fake. Throwing right. It's caught. He will step out of bounds, but not before the big pickup and a first down for this offense.
That's a really good-looking throw right there, and that was a tight spiral, too. You guys remember the great Washington Husky quarterback, Warren Moon? I don't think anybody threw a more pretty ball than Warren Moon did. Tightest spiral I've ever seen. That right there reminded me of old number 1.
And they explode on that one, and they've got it down to the 22. Washington coming to the line with another first down.
Well, you know who's got to love this offense picking up so many first downs? It's their own defense. David, I know you love playing on teams with great offenses.
The inside handoff. And he's able to find a little bit of running room before they get him down. And the Huskies racing to the line in the hurry-up. Looking downfield, it's Jennings. He makes the connection. And he'll haul it in and take it to the end zone. Touchdown, Washington. These two have spent plenty of time together. That was almost telepathic, David.
No doubt, and quarterbacks and wide receivers throw all off-season to get on the same page. You can see he hits him in stride. That's why he gets the touchdown.
They'll try to add another to their lead. The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead.
Personal foul. Roughing the kicker. Defense.
So the decision has been made, and the coach will take the penalty. The kickoff team out there to boot it away and 15 yards farther up the field after the roughing the kicker penalty. Here comes the offense on first down. Use the play fake, now to throw. Gets it out quickly. And just a short, safe pass play, they pick up a few. Here comes the offense on second down. He's looking to throw. Outside the pocket, lets it go. Tremendous awareness along the sideline and the ability to get the foot down for the big pickup.
And that's just mano-a-mano, receiver one-on-one man coverage. He's got to win. He's got to get back and cross the defender's face, fight back.
Picked off. Got some room to run. He's at the 40. At the 20. And they capitalized not only on the pick, but on the great return to improve this field position. About the only good thing that happened for the offense on that play, at least it wasn't a pick six. What a return.
Yeah, that didn't look good for the offense. You know all those big fellas, those O-linemen, they're not going to be able to go make the play. So as the DB getting the interception, you know if you can break that play and you can get past that level, it might be to the house. It might be to the crib. Lucky that wasn't a pick six if you're on offense.
After that big play, they're trying to pay it off right on the goal line. They'll try to run it in. And you can forget running in the middle against this defense. Can the D deny them on second and goal? To the air, it's Jennings. Fires into the end zone. And good coverage there to knock it away and deny the score. They love to make this short field pay off with a touchdown instead of a field goal, but it's third and goal. Pulls it in the end zone. Touchdown, Huskies.
At third and goal, I'm giving it to my playmaker. You let your quarterback make this decision, whether he wants to run it in or right here. He sees the opportunity. His guy's wide open, hits him in stride for the easy touchdown.
Ready to try the point after.
Is on for the extra point.
And the extra point is true, and the lead balloons to 21. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
Washington, 38. South Florida, 17.
Here he comes from inside his own 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. South Florida ready to send the offense back onto the field. They'll start this drive with a pass. He'll loft one deep down the left side. And they'll move the chains and get it to the 47-yard line. And the Bulls want to crank the tempo.
Well, this defense has tried to find ways to disguise their coverage and mix it up to try to confuse the QB. It's not working, though. With that last completion, he's now got over 300 yards passing.
From the gun, the running back has it. Still running at the 40. And excellent vision to find running room there and make a really good pickup before the defense put a stop to it.
And that is enough. First down for the offense.
Off the play fake on first down to throw. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. 2nd and 10 after the previous play. To the air, it's Harmon. Finds his man down the middle. And the catch was one thing, and the run even better. A big pickup on that one. The Bulls have it with a 1st and 10.
QBs, when you see zone covers, man, can you manipulate defense when you have a good pocket and you've got time to throw. He had a little bit of time to throw.
And the ball comes out. What a disastrous play. You want to talk about hearts in throats when that ball was on the ground? The offense recovered its own fumble. Trying play action. He's brought down, but he went backwards after that completion, not the way they had it drawn up. I'm not positive, but that 1st down marker might be in the next county. On 3rd and long, no secret what he needs here. Trying to make magic on the scramble. Get as far as you can and then get down. Don't take that hit. And on 4th down, here comes the field goal unit. After making one field goal, he'll need a little distance on. This one, a 40-yard try coming. It is perfect. After that last field goal drive, they're set to kick it away. He'll start the return inside his 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. The give to the tailback. Tried to move that pile forward. He maybe gets 2. He's down at the 21. After picking up a couple, it's 2nd and 8. Off play action. Fires it down the seam. Snatches it on the right. Oh, look out. There he goes. Touchdown, Huskies. And once he found daylight, it was Katie bar the door, baby.
Number 83.
And this offense is clicking. Another touchdown. Didn't have to go far for this drive, but this offense is doing what they want, how they want, when they want.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. This offense prides itself on going after you, and they did with that long touchdown pass to finish off a 2-play drive. On the move from inside his 5. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. 1st down here with time for maybe one more play until the 2-minute warning. He's going to pass. Fires to the wideout. What a snag by the defense. And they'll drag him down after a good return on the interception. As we reach the 2-minute warning, they'll need to try to get a stop to keep this thing from getting out of hand. Throws to the back. Good timing on the quick out. And he goes out of bounds after a nice pickup on that one.
At the 6-yard line. First and goal.
Back to pass, it's Jennings. It's complete. Goes out of bounds just short of the goal line, and they'll be set up and in great position here. Touchdown, Washington. And they take it in for 6 more points. Well, just as you would expect, that didn't take very long.
It didn't, Reese, and you've got to make great field position count. When you've got opportunities, you got to pay it off. And the offense took advantage, scoring a touchdown. Didn't have far to go, but they got the points they needed.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown.
52, South Florida, 20.
From inside the 10-yard line, he'll bring it back. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. South Florida has it back, and the Bulls offense will return to the field. He looks that one in nicely. And how about that catch and run? So dangerous, this guy. And the Bulls in the hurry up. Looking to go up top on first down. And he bats it away. It falls incomplete. Let's see what they've got on second down. He's looking to throw. This one's complete. He's run out of bounds, but not before turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a first down. He'll just keep slinging it. Floating away. And the quarterback bought some time, but not enough. Down he goes with the sack. A timeout is called as this offense tries to find a way to get more points on the board before the half. A strike downfield. And this defense's head is spinning. He gets it down to the 27.
And for DBs out there trying to stop these short slant routes against man coverage, being physical is really key. You want to get your hands on the wide receiver and really try to disrupt that timing between the QB and his target.
Put it right on him. Sweet play, good pickup, and they'll move the chains with the first down. The Bulls come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Trying to cap this drive with the pass. Using the quick game. There's a timeout on the field. Tight game here late in the first half. Dropping back, it's Harmon. Using his legs to buy some time. Gets it all the way down to the 2-yard line. He was fighting for that end zone. This offense needs a little something to feel good about going to halftime. A chance to chip away here on first and goal. Quarterback on the move, still looking. Touchdown, USF! And they add 6 more to the board with that trip to the house.
A nice job by this offense, putting the scoring drive together. And now listen, it's not even halftime yet, so keep fighting. Going to halftime, regroup. We found a little something on this drive. See if we can cut into this lead and continue to make this game closer and closer.
And they did tack on the extra point. So a drive there of 82 yards and finished the deal with the short touchdown run from the 2.
52, South Florida.
From inside his own 10, let's see what he gets. He was looking for more running room, but none to be found as he stopped at the 23. So the offense doesn't want to take a chance here. They'll just come out and take a knee and wrap up the half. We played 2 quarters here. Time to go to Kevin Connors in our halftime update.
Gentlemen, you've had yourselves a superb broadcast so far today in Tampa. And it'd be easy to say these two based on their respective performances. It would also be accurate. Turnovers and sacks have told the story so far. And you gotta believe the play calling has been the issue, right? Time to shred those game plans and just get back to basics. And with that, let's send it back to the guys inside Raymond James Stadium.
All teed up and ready to go here in the second half. And he takes this from inside the 5. He was looking for more running room, but none to be found as he stopped at the 23. The Huskies have it back, trying to make this defense bow down to Washington. Trying to set the tone on the ground in the third. Just enough there to get it to the 25, a pickup of 2. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on second down. From the gun, running back gets to give. Really nice run there. Good, solid pickup, and they'll move the sticks with a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Wide receiver coming across in motion. Leaves it with the running back. Able to scrounge 3 yards out of that one somehow. It's 2nd and 7. Got a little work done on first down. Now back to the line. They'll run it from the gun. A confident, tough, efficient run gets it up to the 44. 3rd and short from the 44, and we might know if they plan to go for it on 4th down by what they call here. They'll try to run for it. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. The Huskies will be forced to boot it away. Second time today they've been forced to punt. Couldn't get away from that cover team, and they've got him down at the 23. South Florida ready to send the offense back onto the field. To the air, it's Harmon. And that defense gets to him, and down he goes at the 9.
This defense has taken the game over. They're winning the game in large part because of how dominant they've been up front and how good their pass rush has been.
And they're trying to dig out of the hole on 2nd and long from the 9. Hand off from the shotgun. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. They've already punted 4 times in this game, and they're about to run the guy out there for a 5th time if they don't pick up the first down here. He's going to go down, and he's in his own end zone. It's going to be a safety.
Oh, and how about this defense? Understanding where they are in the field. They got a chance to put points on the board, and they do.
So after that safety, they'll kick it away from their own 20. Takes it on the return.
The returner brings it out to the 41.
And Washington is ready to go back on the attack.
Will take over 1st and 10.
From the gun, the ground game. Not a whole lot of room there. 3 yards maybe, 2nd and 7. Kept it on the ground on first down, now back to the line. They'll go right back to the run. That's what you expect from a senior. Don't give them any extra yards. Great tackle there. 3rd and short now. They snap it from their own 46. From the gun, wants to pass. Snags it over the middle. He's got enough to move the chains, and they'll spot it at the 47. Washington has it and a fresh set of downs. Firing to the right, complete. And that defense is there to guide him out of bounds after a short gain. Kept it on the ground last time. Let's see if they go back to it on 2nd down. Out of the gun, the running back has it. And the defense makes the stop after a minimal gain. Ball just inside the 40 at the 39. It's 3rd and short. Dropping back, it's Jennings. He's got his man. They'll pick up enough yardage for the first down. They've got it at the 30. This Washington offense moving quickly down the field. The wide receiver shows motion. Touch pass on the jet sweep. Nice move to keep moving. Oh, what a move! They make the tackle, but he's got a fresh set of downs, and it's 1st and goal from the 7.
This offense has a lot of different ways they can attack you, and you're going to see the entire playbook at work in this game. Throwing it, running it, and getting guys the ball out on the perimeter. Great job.
Washington comes to the line with a 1st and goal. Wants to go up top. Coming after him. He caught it. And he was straining for the goal line, but the defense stopped him short. We'll see if the offense can punch it in on 2nd and goal. Trying to punch it in. Touchdown, Huskies. And the punishment has been extended. And at this point, they're just rubbing their noses in it.
There's nothing positive to be able to take away from this. You got beat down, you move on to the next game, start working on the next opponent. This one's over.
Getting set for the point after.
Is on for the extra point.
And the extra point just tacks a little bit more onto this huge lead. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
61, South Florida, 27.
On the run from inside his own 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. South Florida has it back, and the Bulls offense will return to the field. Gets it out fast. And oh, he was off to the races after the catch, and they finally drag him down. It'll be a 1st and 10 from the 29. They'll run it out of the shotgun. Cross the 30 to the 35, and that's a gain of 6. Got 6 on 1st down. Now a lot of options on 2nd and 4. Just feeds the running back. And they try the middle of this defense, and that is not happening. Wow, this offense is just stuck in the mud. They've already punted 4 times, and it's like, oh, the ball's out! And the defense grabs it, and they're taking it the other way.
What a real good job by the defense defending the RPO. I got to defend the run. I got to defend the pass, make the QB take off, and then get a stick on him, play physical, got him to cough up the football. Great job by the defense playing their responsibilities and forcing the turnover.
The Huskies have it back, trying to make this defense bow down to Washington. Trying to start the drive with a pass. Finds his big tight end. You'll take this every time. 5 yards on the 1st down play. That last completion sets him up on 2nd down. From the shotgun, the handoff to the back. Finds a little bit of room. Give him a couple down to the 23. Here they come up to the 23-yard line, not thinking field goal, wanting to convert this 3rd and short. And they did not let him get to that 1st down line. It'll bring up a call here. And they'll send out the field goal unit. Right down the boulevard, it's good. And they just tack on a little more to this gargantuan lead.
Winning the turnover battle is so important, and you got to make these turnovers convert into points. They get the fumble recovery. Yeah, they didn't get a touchdown, but they're still able to get a field goal and put 3 points up on the board.
They're really starting to extend that lead as they get ready to kick it away again. From inside his own 10, he'll try to help out their field position. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. Back to throw, it's Harmon. Unloads to the wideout. Can't hold on, he had it right down the middle, and he flat dropped it. Still at their own 20 after that last incompletion, it's 2nd and 10. Running hard and getting 6 yards out to the 26. Now looking for that 1st down on 3rd and short from the 26. From the gun, wants to pass. Oh, they really could have used that catch there. Physical pass defense. It brings up a 4th down. And the Bulls will send out the punt unit. They may have to pay him overtime. He's punting for the 5th time today. He'll settle for some pretty good field position and make the fair catch at around the 35. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. Makes the quick grab. He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage.
It's so nice as a quarterback when you've got a guy like that working for you in the slot. He has such a good feel to find the open spaces in the defense. Just makes life so much easier for his quarterback.
This offense has a second down play. The give to the back. Turns it on at midfield. He's run out of bounds, but a big play on that one, and it'll be a first down. This offense is like running a perfection drill in practice against air. Chunk play after chunk play, and here they come again. They finally get him on the ground, but the big running play moves the change for the first down. The Huskies come to the line with a new set of downs. Wants to throw on first down off the play fake. And it's picked off at the goal line. That's one way to make a stop. And he's brought down, and this defense gets the ball back for its own.
Turnover margin always goes such a long way in deciding who wins the football game. Interception number 3, that is no bueno. Got to take care of the football. Can't keep putting your defense in a bad position, putting them on the field time and time again.
South Florida ready to send the offense back onto the field. From the gun, they'll give it on the inside. They come up with their second safety of the game. You don't see that very often.
You could tell the defense smelled it. They knew exactly where they were on the field, put the pressure on him, got him down in the end zone. Safety, baby.
After getting caught for a safety, they're lined up and ready to kick it off. Fields the punt and looking for daylight. He'll be stopped, but good work there to get the ball out to the 37. And the offense takes over to dip into its bag of ball plays. Reads it, fires complete.
And I think this receiver's forte is his route running. He's a guy that can line up all over the field, but it's not just catching post routes and goes. This guy can run shallows, he can run slants, he can run the option routes and find soft spots in the defense. This guy really has all the routes in his toolbox.
It'll be a first down from the 49-yard line.
First down for the offense.
Wants to throw, it's Jennings. Wide open downfield. Defense needs to regroup as he gets it down to the 26. This offense absolutely humming as they come to the line again. From the gun, give on the inside. 4. After the productive first down play, it's 2nd and 6. The RPO, fire complete to the left. He's there to make the stop, but not before he sets up this offense for they'll try to get it in with the run. Knocked down after a gain of 1. They'll mark it at the 6. 2nd and goal coming up. They'll run it up the middle here, looking for a path to the end zone. Touchdown, Washington! And the pummeling has started. He has spent a lot of time in that end zone today, an absolute assault on the scoreboard.
No doubt about it. And guess what? I get to make a lot of highlights. I can copy and paste all of these touchdowns, show everybody the game I had, and the defense, well, you're just going to have to shake your head because you've been getting dominated.
They'll turn to their lead. And with the extra point, the lead is even bigger. So the touchdown drive goes 63 yards. And he got into the house from the 6 to finish it. Here's the return from inside his 10. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they punt. South Florida has it back, and the Bulls' offense will return to the field. From the gun, they'll try to impose their running game. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Looking downfield, it's Harmon. Flips it out in the flat. And they'll shove him out of bounds after the short gain. Not exactly the ideal situation for this offense. 3rd and long, backed up inside their 20. They've got the screen set up. Nice move to pick up yardage. Defense was not fooled by that screen to the back, and they'll stop him short of the marker. It'll be 4th down. The Bulls decide to punt it away. And these guys have been busy. 6th punt of the day. Not going to risk a return here. He'll make the fair catch. All right, guys, so here's the offense back on the field again. The give on the inside. Just a solid stop by this sophomore. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line 2nd and 7. The give to the running back from the shotgun. And he's to the 48-yard line. That'll be good enough for a 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They go to the ground. And he'll pick up 1. It brings up 2nd and 9. Tried to pound it on 1st down. Now back to the line. He wants to pass it on 2nd down. Finds his big tight end. The defense wouldn't let him loose, and even though it's a completion, they lost yardage. A 3rd and long coming up here. It's a draw. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Washington sends out the punt team.
On to punt it away. Returner is taken out of bounds.
South Florida ready to send the offense back onto the field. They'll ride the running back and leave it with him. Find some space, enough to get 5 to the 22. Halfway there on 1st down, it's 2nd and 5. Looking to throw, it's Harmon. They're trying to get to it. And the Heat gets there, and they get him down at the 14-yard line.
All right, this offense needs to come up with a solution for this defensive end because he is a problem. They have got to find a way to help out the offensive tackle and prevent this guy from getting to the quarterback.
This defense has kept them backed up. Now 1 more stop, and they can get off the field on 3rd and long. He's looking downfield to throw. Out of the backfield, he's open. He's really close to that 1st down marker, but they stop him just a bit short. And the Bulls will punt it away on 4th down. He's going to try to flip the field with this one. He was hoping for a little more running room, but they're able to get him down at the 45. The Huskies have it back, trying to make this defense bow down to Washington. Able to scrounge 3 yards out of that one somehow. It's 2nd and 7. Went to the running game on 1st down. Now here they come again. On 2nd down, looking to throw. He's got his man. He's there to make the stop, and they threw it in reverse, losing yardage on that play. On 3rd and long, trying to have a big completion here. Or did he find a hole in that secondary? And he is marked out of bounds after another big gain. This aerial attack has had no problem moving the ball with chunk plays. This time they were able to keep him in check and stop him short of that 1st down. Final minute now of the 3rd quarter. On 2nd down, he's looking downfield. And he'll chuck that one away and save the down. Nobody was able to get open. Defense getting stingier in their own end of the field. It's 3rd and long from the 28. Got a man. Brought to the ground, but not before getting enough for the 1st down. Washington has a lot of things working, set up with another 1st down. Give to the back. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. Couldn't get him blocked on that last one. Now it's 2nd and 14. Wide receiver now comes in motion. Try to get the edge with a quick touch pass. Finally run out of bounds, but he has this offense rolling with a 1st down. As they get set to snap it, time winding down here in the quarter. To throw, it's Jennings. Quickly complete. And they get him on the ground, and that'll probably do it for the 3rd quarter. And you want to talk about his favorite receiver, it might be everybody, based on the number of guys getting touches and a chance to show off their hands in the passing game. I guess if you're an optimist, the stage is set for a massive fourth quarter comeback. They'll give it to the back. Touchdown, Huskies! And the route is on. Man, did he show some hops for that one.
Some serious vertical right there. I tell you what, everybody in front of you, hey, I'll go by air if I need to. Good job getting in the air, getting a touchdown.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive.
Washington, 80. South Florida, 27.
From inside the 10, here he comes. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. South Florida has it back, and the Bulls offense will return to the field. Wasting no time throwing on this drive. Oh, he makes the catch. And they pick up just a few on that completion. Now on second down. He's looking to throw. He's got his man. Good job running that route to get past the sticks because he got nothing after the catch. Comes out throwing on first down. It's complete to the right. And he'll step across the sidelines after making a good gain on that one. And here comes the offense on second down. They keep attacking through the air. He makes the grab. He will step out of bounds, but not before the big pickup and a first down for this offense. The Bulls come to the line with a fresh set of downs. They'll throw it on first down, looking to buy time. And he gets it just beyond the line of scrimmage before he gets down. Got 5 wideouts spread across the field on 2nd and 5. Looking to pass, it's Harmon. All kinds of room to throw that one in there. He gets it all the way down to the 5-yard line. A terrific catch and run before he stops. And the best thing about this, the offense can't worry about the scoreboard. Just keep trying to make plays like that, Jesse.
I know a lot of people in the stadium probably feel like this game is over. Maybe it's been over for a while, Reese, but don't tell that to this quarterback and his teammates. They're still out there scrapping and clawing.
And they've got him down after the short completion, but they inch closer and closer to pay dirt. They'll run it. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown Bulls.
Hey, good for them. They put together a drive. They got a touchdown. It's been a bad day. I mean, this is a day they're going to want to forget. They're getting destroyed, but at least you get some positive vibes. Maybe finish this game on a little bit of a high note. A little bit.
The AT unit on the field.
For the extra point.
Right down the boulevard. He marched 78 yards down the field and finished the deal with the short touchdown run from the 2.
South Florida, 34.
He'll bring it out from inside his own 10. Buys just enough space to cross the 25. Let's mark it at the 27-yard line. And Washington is ready to go back on the attack. Touch pass on the run. We'll give him a couple on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up. Stuck with a running game on first down. Now here they come again. Going to the ground. Shakes off the defender. Just working and poking and prodding and finding his way up to the 36. Here on 3rd down. They'll try to pick it up on the ground. Able to work it to the 39-yard line, and that'll be a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Little touch pass to the receiver. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. Kept it on the ground on first down. Let's see what they do on 2nd. The give from the gun. Makes one man miss. Finally pulled down, but not before moving the chains for a first down. And the Huskies have this offense rolling. They're getting this guy lathered up. And how about the efficiency on that one? It'll bring up 2nd and 4. Went with the running game on first down, now back at it. From the gun, they'll try to impose their will. One-step wrap, two-step squeeze. This junior knows how to get him on the ground. They have work in front of them on 3rd and short from the 42. Looking to throw, it's Jennings. Makes his connection. Moving deeper into enemy territory. Move the chains. It's first down at the 27. Quarterback empties his backfield. Trying to find his man on first down. Fires to the big fella. Really good concept there to get things going and use the tight end early.
Yeah, I mean, just such a great job on first down, setting up an easier second down. Understanding I don't always have to push the ball down the field, but see the tight end, make the throw. No, it's not a big gain. It makes life really easy on me on second down.
On 1st and goal, let's see what Washington does. They'll try to get it in with the run. He works his way ever closer all the way down to the 1-yard line. Boy, if that first down play was any indication, they might walk this thing in on 2nd and goal. Looking to the end zone. Touchdown, Husky. And the stomping has commenced.
And what a nice play call and nice execution. Play action, you're thinking run. Quarterback pulls it out, throws the football right behind those guys, and gets the touchdown.
Yeah, it was a nice job there by the quarterback, too, on the ball handling. He just froze the defense just long enough to help those wide receivers and targets get some separation in the end zone, and at that point, it was just an easy patient catch.
And the extra point just tacks a little bit more onto this huge lead. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
87, South Florida, 34.
Looking for an alley from inside his own 10. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. South Florida ready to send the offense back onto the field. He'll come out throwing on first down. Skips away from pressure. On the run, and he'll slide to avoid the hit. A nifty pickup there. Line getting set on 2nd down. Back to throw, it's Harmon. Looking down the middle. Pulls it in. They got him free for a big gainer to the 43.
Yeah, and you see some quarterbacks who hesitate to throw the ball in the middle. I love it when you attack the whole field. And the middle of the field and being able to throw over linebackers and between safeties is a big skill, but show that defense. You will attack everywhere.
He works his way inside the 30 down to the 29 and picks up a first down.
And that is another.
Looking to move it through the air. And those two couldn't make the connection. It's an incomplete pass. Here they come to try it again on 2nd and 10 from the 29. It's complete to the left. He almost picked up the first down on that one, but he'll be just a little bit short. A manageable distance on 3rd down as they try to convert from the 20. They'll run play action. Got his man on the right. And they wrap him up, but not before he's got enough for the first down. And the Bulls come to the line with a new set of downs. They'll go back to the ground. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Not many hiccups on this drive, but it's 2nd and 13 now. He's looking to throw. Working that left side now. Makes the catch and knocked down. They'd love to pick up this 3rd down and get a fresh set with 1st and goal. On 3rd down, he'll try to pick it up through the air. He gets it so close to the first down marker, but I think he's going to be a touch short. On 4th down, trying to keep the drive alive with the run. He is stopped short, and they'll turn it over on downs. Just a crushing blow at this point in the game. Finds a little bit of room as he'll get 2 out to the 6. After picking up a couple at 2nd and 8.
Second down coming up.
The give and tick, 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 tick. Finds a crease at the 20. And it is a chunk play, a huge gain on that one before the defense brings it to an end.
And he finally breaks one. They get rewarded. They've been trying to run the football, Palmer, but just haven't had success all day.
Yeah, and the staff never gave up on him too, right? They kept giving him opportunities, and maybe that's the run that starts to open things up here later in this game for this guy.
Keeping it on the ground with the running back. Works his way to the 41, and that is plenty to give him a first down. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and this offense is that much closer to salting away a victory.
First down for the offense.
They'll try the run. Nice move to stay on his feet. He's run out of bounds, but not before turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a first down. Looking for a physical attack from the gun. And the freshman does a great job using his technique and getting the man on the ground. Got 3 on first down at 2nd and 7. Leaves it with the back. And he doesn't find much running room, a short gain on the play. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. Dropping back, it's Jennings. Quick strike complete. A quick tackle made, but he's got plenty for the first down. With the clock running, this should be the final play.
That's a first down for the offense.
Just complete and utter dominance in this one. Outplayed their opponent and took care of business.
Yeah, total domination in all 3 phases of the game. Offense, defense, and special teams. This team came ready to play, and man, it was pedal to the metal right from the opening kickoff.
And that's how you like it. Forget the close games, forget the heartbreakers, this play could decide it. Just frying pan, meat face, ball game over.
So that's going to do it for us. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, I'm Reese Davis saying so long. This has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.